Okay, now. Hello, Ski. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So today is not gonna be a long one. Maybe. I don't plan for it to go long because I need to go still to bed, even though like everything is horrible. 1 second. Let's switch the music up. Let's do one thing before we just go like full Eurobeat. Eurobeat fits everything else, but like a stream like this. Yeah, come on, go away. And let's go lo-fi spring vibes. No. It does a TikTok sound. So I'm very sorry with what happens next. So anyway, welcome. Welcome. As I said, we're doing today another writing stream. Will not be that long. We're only doing this in place of my postponed Pathfinder session. Because usually I would have gotten up at 4 in the morning tomorrow, and I needed to go early in the bed to bed. So like, I actually was like, oh yeah, let's postpone the session if it's possible. And there was that, because I needed to work tomorrow. But now I'm sick, because what happened was I fell down a slope. I have like a leg injury now, so yeah, not excited about that. I was to explain what happened, right? Because I wrote on Discord and I said, "Oh yeah, I will expand a little bit. We'll expand a little bit, talk a bit about this." So what happened? Yeah, what happened? I went jogging 2 days ago. I mistyped on Discord. It was 2 days ago. Went jogging, and while I was jogging, I was running along a path that has like basically something where you like could go for a walk and stuff like that, like a nature path where you have like in between both sides there's like basically like it's like a it's just like a it's just a path that goes in circles. It goes over a bridge and it goes over a small like river. And to make this like elevated, right, if you would, so you don't have like ever a flooding situation, it's like a small river. It's like nothing much, right? It's like small current, nothing special. So on this nature path I was running, and while I was jogging I came across these people who went for a walk with a dog, and while I was like running behind them, right, I was like, I ran 5 kilometers and I was like, I wanna round it out to 6, because 6, for me it's like 6, 12, 18, and then like half marathon, right? It's like 6 kilometers is like the easiest thing for me to gauge, because if you have like a good pace, you can like run these in like pretty like specific amounts. Like if you're slow at walking and you run a kilometer every 10 minutes, which is like very slow, very slow, like walking speed, but hey, you need to start somewhere, right? It would be like in an hour, and so you can like use this like as like a modification or like modifier for the 60 minutes and see like how well you perform. Anyways, I just wanted to like run half an hour, just run after work, just do this like run, right? And then I said, okay, let's do 6 kilometers. So I was running on that path, and there were like these ladies in front of me, and the ladies were like, it was like 3 ladies basically blocking the entire path, except for like a small space beside it. We're talking about like a person would have like scooched by, right? So I was like running, and I was like, excuse me, could you make space so I could pass by? Because I saw one of them had a dog, right? I was like, okay, I don't want to like encounter the dog. So I was like, yo, excuse me, could you make some space? And then they did not react, and I was like, excuse me, I would like to pass by. Because as much as I love dogs, I don't trust dog keepers in general, right? Pet owners like are like, so this is super horrible. Anyways, so I was like passing by, and the dog was basically very young. I would have guessed like if you would go round about maybe a year old or so, very, very young. And yes, they need to be trained, and the dog was leashed, but I ran past the lady with the dog because again, there was enough space to scooch by. And then I wanted to go past them, and the dog saw me, reacted because, oh wow, there's someone running past me, right? And probably because he's very young, the experience for the dog is, oh, someone's running alongside me, let's play like something like catch, something like that. Because the dog's reaction was like to do like a little quick side jump, pan, and just jump in my direction, like whimpering, like wanting to play. But that, like, as you may have noticed, I'm very, very easy to like scare. So I got scared. I was like, oh god, right? Because like you never know. Next time the dog is just biting or something like that, right? I did not see what kind of breed the dog was. It was like a Labrador. It would have usually not done anything. Well, anyways, dog jumps me, and like with the force of the like small dog and the me like getting like, whoa, right? It's scaring me. I slid down that slope. I basically went over the edge with my left foot and lost balance, and I started skidding down, and to like, with like a little bit of luck, luck, quote unquote, I landed on my knee, basically turning my foot to the side, like the foot working like any like brake, right? Braking with my foot, and then with the left side of like my lower leg, basically like being the point of impact, and my right knee stopping it like slightly. My right knee is like a little bit busted up, but yeah, so I had like this like giant ass wound on my left leg. Basically how my left leg is now was like bloodied. I have like put like in the recommendation, I posted a pic in Discord. That was like the day after I cleaned everything, but I was bleeding like hell, right? Like it's like nothing drastic, let's say it like this, it's nothing drastic. So I was like, oh shit, right? So I basically went to work. I went home. I talked to the ladies. Ladies were like, oh, yo, this is is everything all right? Should we call an ambulance, right? So first reaction was good, right? And they're like, oh, we didn't know you could not pass by. I was like, yeah, I would not have called out if I wouldn't have trouble, right? And then she's like, yeah, we can exchange like data and stuff like that, right? While I was bleeding, I was like, yeah, okay, just give me your name. If something comes up, I will come back to you, right? She did. She gave me their phone number. She's like, yeah, we are like nearby. We can drive you to a hospital if you want to. I was like, no, everything's fine. I can still walk. I'm just bleeding. It's like 500 meters until I'm home. It's fine. I'm just going the 15 minutes home. Or the 10 minutes home, like limping home, and just like wash it off, it will be fine. So I washed everything off, I cleaned the wound, I disinfected it. I was like, okay, maybe everything will be fine. And then I want to go to work, and one of my bosses saw that and said, go to a doctor. I was like, okay, go. Okay, I'm going to a doctor. So anyways, I went to said doctor, and doctor looked at it for like, I went like in an emergency hour basically. I went there, and then I was like, yo, look at my leg, it's kind of banged up, what to do? And he's like, yeah, here's your bandage, we will do it for you, bandage it up and stuff like that, disinfect it again, and you're not working. And I was like, shit, I need to work during this weekend. And they're like, no, you're not. And so I'm like off until Sunday. I'm like sick leave on until Sunday, and then like on Monday I'm going back to work. But that like fucked me up, because the day before I basically asked everyone of my Pathfinder session, yo, could we reschedule because one of my players cannot today, and the rest could have, and I could have too now. But like tomorrow I would have needed to get up at 4, so I was like, I need to cut the session short, one of my players is missing, let's reschedule, let's ask if everyone can do it next week. And now I have like a little bit of like a bad conscience, because I am basically sitting at home and I'm just hurt, quote unquote. So yeah. So no session today. So we're doing a little bit of writing. Anyways, that's like the whole story about this. Colleagues said to me, yo, how about you sue them, right? And I'm like, why would I sue them? Because like the usual reaction is, oh, if I would go to like court, right, and say, oh yeah, I'm hurt and they need to like pay me basically for this, I would be like, dude, what the fuck? Why would I do this? Because what happened, like, the only person who will suffer is the dog. Because what they do is, they do it so often, oh yeah, they overblow it, and then say like something like, oh, it was a vicious attack, the dog needs to be put down. And it's like, that's like standard reaction of shit like this. So I don't want to risk that. I don't want to like be the guy who's like at fault for like murdering an animal because I got scared. And yes, the woman or the lady was at fault there. They should have made space when I asked for space, because I have not a quiet voice. Like, I'm not like sitting there like, excuse me, can you make space? I'm like, excuse me, I'm a man, right? It's like, and that's like fine and all, but like it's I was like, now I'm like at home on Monday. I go back to work and everything is fine. I just needed to heal off a bit. Then we will be good. Otherwise, I will text them. I have their numbers. Numbers legit. So that's the story of me getting my knee banged up. Cool, right? So anyway, writing. Last time we finished basically the last pieces of the centaurs, minotaurs, the everything. Everyone is nearing finishing touches. Skeletons are expanded upon. They don't need a long background. And now we're entering the phase where we need to either do these four, or need to expand on those. And I am all for expanding on the dwarves now, because dwarves and automatons go hand in hand, and they will probably take a little longer. So, what do they need? They need everything. So our dwarves, we said, are termites. They're insectoids, right? They are made in like a way that they like all dwarves are small, but the males are 1 foot bigger, around about 30 centimeters. And we need to now start with how we do this. So this concept art, in theory, is very, very weak and very, very bad, but I can visualize how they look. So what we can do is let's start it like this. Beginnings. Orcish Uprising. Heritage War. Aetherflood. Aetherflood. War of Unity. Darkened Age. Modern Times. That's how they how we should envision them, right? We know a little bit about the dwarves. We know this stuff here. So, dwarves. Let's start with this biology, or like descriptor. Dwarves are insectoids that are biologically very similar to the termite. They stand usually at like what, 4 feet? Five feet would be, well, it would, yeah. Usually stand between 4 and 5 feet. Did we ever say how they differentiate? They have like darker colors, right? And the females have like lighter skin, right? Have dark, strong skin tones. Many of them ranging between dark browns, dark reds, and orange. Females are fairer in terms of skin coloration. Having lighter skin tones than their male counterparts. Dwarves have evolved past using feelers which became beards over the which became the equivalent Biological genders. Species. I think I remember that we said the longer the dwarves' beards are, the better they are in, or the higher they are as a status symbol, right? Longer beard, like longer hair in general. Some among the dwarves count themselves blessed, receiving hair growth as a hair growth on their head. These sparse, thin, and long hairs were often associated with a blessed birth and fertility. Some would say if dwarf, no, I'm not putting like a word thing in there, but I think they would just like show like basically they have like so much energy basically. This energy will basically like go into like, oh yeah, they're very fertile, right? Okay. Length and yeah. Well, length and decoration, right? Of a beard shows much is a sign of status for most dwarves. Better you can decorate it, or the more extreme the decorations, the better. I see the dwarves as like a species of like people who are like putting like random shit in their beards, right? Dwarves have evolved alongside their exoskeleton, allowing them to maneuver with it. Well, allowing them to masterfully move in armors. Now we go to the beginnings. So the beginnings of the dwarves. Dwarves had... I think we need to like still add that the dwarves had some kind of mental connection. Did we make the dwarves... females are very rare among species. The dwarves had some kind of connection, mental connection that would link their thought and actions together. Once their cities fell in the Aetherflood, this connection was severed. The remaining, well, the similar to their cousins, the halflings, fought weft. Once the cities fell in the Aetherflood, the connection was severed. The remaining was mostly severed. The remaining dwarves would... the remaining dwarves would... Oh, well, no. Let's say it like this. Dwarven society would gravitate towards trends as a whole. Which is theorized to be leftovers of the hive mind. That was destroyed or disrupted, right? Dwarves always lived in colonies. These colonies were ordered by gender and role. The females of the species were put into leading positions, creating a matriarchy. The males would be put to work as workers, drones, and guardians, right? Workers would build and innovate. Drones were mainly used to repopulate and expand the reaches of the colonies, while guardians were used for defense and in war scenarios. Well, soldiers, right? Let's call them soldiers, like they're also called. Just sounds better. Soldiers. And in war scenarios. For attack. They would also as well as collecting resources. What's all about you for defense? Yeah. Sub Lexi, not much. Not walking away. Why I'm telling you. I said it. I said it earlier, but I'm very well. Now everyone has time next week. It's fine, but I'm like still kind of upset that we postponed the session because I needed to work tomorrow, and I'm not working tomorrow. Feels a bit shitty towards you, like, to be completely honest. But yep, falling down a slope. Didn't have that on my bingo card. But hey, anyways, I'm still living. I have like this like stupid bandage across my neck, and it's like itching. But I will get well soon. Again, I saw it. I was like, if it was up to me, I would have worked today. Like, it's my opinion, but my dog said, "No, you're not. Stay at home." So yeah, I'm staying at home. But thank you. So anyway, how was your day? How's it going? Busy. I'm still making time to like get here, so thank you already. So I started to like get a little bit like off on like the dwarves right now. Did my weekend because the evening one is free otherwise? Yeah. I had to I was ordering now because I was like, yeah, I'm not running around like the entire city buying groceries and shit just so when I'm like sick officially, I feel it would look shitty if everyone would see me running around, right? I said against visiting our favorite Scaly at the dog store. Yeah, understandable, dude. Randomly visiting, I feel kind of weird, but yeah. But besides that, again, like I'm At least, like, yeah, we're doing a little bit of termites. I don't know how long I will do, because I'm, like, also awake for forever today, but, could be, like, a little bit shorter than, like, usual. But, we're doing a little bit of termites. At least we start them. So anyways, I just did the descriptors we had of the dwarves, from way back when. I think this can at least stay. Where we say, okay, they're like they're like similar tall as they're like always been. That males have like darker skin tones and have like extreme colors. Or like a little bit more like intense colors. While the females are like a little bit brighter and have like lighter skin colors. That they use their feelers as beards. And that some of them even can grow hair, and it's like a sign of great fertility. And then the dwarves have evolved alongside their exoskeleton, allowing them to masterfully move in armors. I think this is like one of the like main things we should like convey, that they actually are like, armor does not bother them just at all, because they have their exoskeletons. They know they're clunky already. So basically, when they throw on armor, it's like basically nothing to them. I was thinking if we do the Ezekoan dwarves, if we do them with an abdomen. Because at the moment, I picture them as like not. Oh yeah, what's her name? Darkstalkers B. Her, right? I don't know. I don't know if we do this or not. That thing is Satan incarnate. The thing about the dark, like about an abdomen, like the problem is if we do, let's get the termite, and then we do termite humanoid. Forget the literal Satan end boss in that game. QB is the worst. Okay. Just looking if I don't open up something that is not... Like, we can go very, very different approaches with this, right? Going fine. It just, like... If I sit a little bit uncomfortable, I have to say, it hurts a little bit. Also when I walk, because I... best fighting game. Okay. I actually have to say, I only know some characters from seeing that, but I've never really played Darkstalkers. What I wanted to say was, I have like a little bit of like, that I have like, when I fell down the slope, I braked with my foot, with my left foot, and when I step, like, when I basically like walk in a certain way, it like hurts a little bit, but yeah. When is the box coming? Arachnid from Transformer Prime Smash. No. Also, when is my hitbox arrives? It's there. It's still packaged up. I think if everything works, I will, for Marvel Tokon, I will use it for the first time. Or maybe not. I'm not 100% sure, but we will see. It depends when I come home on like Thursday, I think. Is the game coming out on Thursday? I think so. I think it's coming out on Thursday, right? Or is it coming out on Friday? It doesn't matter. Whenever it comes out. So, humanoid termites, right? We have like we could go different routes, right? This is like one of the routes. I mean, this is like pretty much what we are looking for, right? But we could also go this route where it's like, oh, this is like more humanoid. And then we can, what the fuck this is, this is like, this looks like a Power Rangers enemy. Yeah, we will get to Space Marine at some point again. This is, I think, too humanoid for me. This as well. That gray thing. Yeah, this is like, yeah, absolutely. This is like, dude, isn't there like, wait, I had like a toy back in the day, and my mother hated it, but I had it, I think it was this, yeah, this guy. I had him as a toy back in the day. I don't remember what his name was, but I had him as a toy back in the day. I feel like this is like going the same direction. I don't even know what it is. It looks like a crab and a fly mix, but yeah. It's weird. But it looks like that. It looks like it's like bothering Bulk and Skull, right? Because I was never a fan of Americanized Sentai. I found it okay, at least like the first few seasons. But yeah, which route do we want to go? I mean, this is like kinda what we want, right? They are cute. I can see this. But then we need to basically get... Well, no, we don't need to get rid of. I think this is fine, right? We need to get only rid of the arms, because we said the dwarves like evolved past the secondary limbs, or they're not like used, something like that, I think, right? The two in the top left, these guys. Do you actually like them? I mean, a little bit, but... That would be without the tail, right? I need to... If the feelers become a beard, I think then it looks like just an anime man, right? But I know what you mean. You're not excited about the tail. Okay, then we are not doing a tail, because I'm like thinking if we do a tail or not. But I think a tail would be like, because that only makes sense if they mess with the internal organs. Yeah, you're absolutely right. True. Didn't think about that. I mean, this is like the very first art we did of them. We can like do a lot of stuff with them. It would go a little bit more into, well, not this direction, right? That's a bit extreme, but... Except for the titties. No, it has a tail as well. I feel like keeping a little bit more of the animalistic face. Yeah, okay. Okay, it does not have a tail. We say it doesn't have a tail. And body is segmented. and have evolved away from having a tail and six appendages. I think I wrote appendages wrong, right? Yeah, appendages, right? Like this, appendages. Dwarves with the colonies, I think that's like the start. Again, I don't want to go evolutionary like all the way back. I think that is like way too far for what we need for the setting. That would be something you could go into, like, oh, where did they actually start, right? And I know that like one of the first players' questions is you like, I don't know why as like a permanent DM, right? Some players' first question is, where did my people come from, right? How do we start? And I think for the setting itself, it's like, because for example, World of Warcraft, right? I think we know where every race is coming from. Everyone. Humans come from the Nordic people. I forgot what they are because we had a quest about that. They evolved from them. Dwarves and gnomes were made flesh from the runics. The elves are from the trolls, and the trolls were inhabitants of Azeroth. Orcs come from outer space, and the Draenei also, right? I think that's everyone, basically, right? But like, we know pretty much like everyone comes from somewhere. And I feel like most species would not know, right? They would have believed that they are like sent by their gods, but yeah. But we can get to that at some other point. There's like going like to the ancient times is, I think, very boring. At least for like to get into the setting. So we established that we want to have like a classical hive mentality. So we have like the females of the hive are just the queens, and like basically like everyone. So we don't have like that there's like only one female. But they are like basically like the leaders, and the males are the drones, the workers, and the soldiers, right? They're just like doing stuff. Overtime, expansion efforts were would it be egalitarian? You mean like I mean, they would evolve into this, right? Right. The problem at the moment is that we have with this, the Gattaca machines, I feel like we have written ourselves into a position where the males should be the majority. And I feel like that there's only a few females per, and I feel like they're too precious to put them into like working roles, right? But is it just am I mean, we don't need to do this down here, right? With the low birth rates, but we can make it egalitarian. We could, like, I'm thinking if we go like classical termite and just say, okay, they are just like one-to-one termites, just humanoids, or if we just mix it up a little bit. I want to go a little bit into like, actually, I want to steal something. I feel like a little bit, at least post Aetherflood, right? I want to steal the one thing. I want to make them like back there reverse Gerudos. Not like with the same age, where it's like every 100 years a male is born, but like a female birth between the dwarves should be something special. I feel like. But yeah, let them start out as egalitarian. I'm creating let's do these colonies were ordered by gender and role. I mean, they would like shit out eggs like crazy, right? I don't know how. Are they egg layers? Is the next question. I think yes, right? We are not moving like past the egg laying. They don't have tits. I feel like weird if they had like. I don't know. We have like so many like humanoids. So I would say like there's a queen, right? Because they need to have the hive mind. I think the heat queen does this. General creating an egalitarian society. We put this away. There is always a queen. The capital Q on purpose. The colony serves under. Who guides her subjects and possesses strong mental energy. I want to go a little bit into the what the others are all trying to create over the time. If you like, there's like a few societies. They're trying to create their own like basically their own god emperor, right? And I feel like the dwarves have that down from the start already a little bit, in like a weaker version where the dragons are like slaughtering each other and the Athamaru are just doing like, yo, let's eat our brothers to see like who's the strongest. I think the dwarves just have like a queen that is like basically like the most psychically strong, right? Because this gives like a very cool like actual like player background idea, right? Where you're like a newborn or like a young queen trying to build a hive again, right? Or like that makes it like very sought out, right? I think Black Market, like, oh yeah, we have like a dwarven female that is supposed to be a queen, right? The question is, can you become a queen or are you born a queen, right? The man will put to work as Let's do workers would now I need to Google something. Mature colonies produce winged male and female termites. They fly out during warm, humid weather to find a mate. After landing, they break off their wings and burrow into soil, become a new king or queen. Jesus Christ. Egg laying, egg production. A mature queen can add to 20,000 eggs per day. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Go. We need to rewrite termites a little bit. Okay. They have a queen. Do they get a king? I don't know. Up to this point, I don't know. We're sure about the queen. The males will put to work as soldiers. The females would become workers and drones. And now that we can leave this out like the exact same, because we are making it so that that the other than like normal termites where the queen lays like 20,000 eggs, right? It's like she lays like one. Like we make them definitely like egg layers, but we don't make them like, oh, they have like 20,000 children. By the way, disgusting things in insects, right? Dude, it's so weird. I saw this yesterday, where they have like these like parasites, the snails. Sorry, insects are fucking like disgusting sometimes. And then they have like, they are like doing like weird shit where they climb up leaves and move their eyes very weirdly. Like this thing here, this swollen eyes, they're like moving them like up and down in color so they get eaten by birds. It's like super weird and disgusting. Ugh, it sends a shiver down my spine. Insects. It's like super disgusting. Like I'm like, it's when you see them, it's like, ugh. I don't know. They look like very, very weird, and I feel like I don't know. It's like weird seeing like a dead body being like animated and doing this like very lively thing. It's weird. Poor snails. Anyways, one more time, expansion efforts were increased. Expanding. Yeah. Here come the spoilers. Everyone look away. The video of a praying mantis getting drowned gave me an idea for an elder insect lady held together by parasites. Bro, this is like such a weird video, right? Dude, I don't want to like go too much into it, but now that we're like here, This is like the video, right? Wow, it's so disgusting. It's like, you have like multiple of these, right? But it's like, let's take this one, right? Let's get rid of the sound because, like, look at this, dude. It's like just the insect and all of a sudden, like, the parasite is like drowning. And you see, like, this thing is full of the stuff, right? Like, basically all the organs are basically gone. Ugh. These parasites are so disgusting. Is that a zombie snail? Yeah, dude, they're like so weird. Look at this, like, down there. It's like so weird. Oh, don't say that. Oh my god, I've like, no. Why do you say this? Oh my god, no. Oh my god. I have like goosebumps. Ugh. I have literally a spider in my bedroom because it eats like all the mosquitoes. Like everything that like walks into my bedroom, it's just chilling there in the corner. I call them like different names every time they chill there. And it's fine, but the thought of this. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. I'm usually not against insects. I find many insects cool, right? I find them very interesting. But the thought of that. Anyways, over time expansion efforts were increased, expanding into expanding deeper underground and into mountainous areas. God, it's now I have this like image in my head and it's disgusting. Forget it, Renee. Forget it. Anyway, let's do this. Over time, expansion efforts were increased, expanding deeper into the underground, and into mountainous areas. This expansion would continue. Oh my god. Oh, dude, this is so scary. You know that we have like basically an insectophobe at our table, right? Like someone who cannot deal with insects at all. No. It's not me. I think someone who's always disgusted with insects, I think he hates like all of them for the most part, is the salt of the earth, if you catch my drift. I'm not an insectophobe. I like most insects. Hi. So this expansion would continue for thousands of years. While the dwarves started hoarding resources. Yeah, it released. I still need to get my digital copy. I actually have not gotten it right now. I need to still buy this. because it has like a lot of cool stuff. I saw a lot of cool things that came out with it, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing that a little bit in action, because it's like a very cool book. I'm at the moment waiting still for like the last remasters. I think there's like what do we have remastered up to this point? Is it Psychic and Thaumaturge? And that's it, right? Those are like the only two remastered, non-remastered classes, right? Because the Kineticist was designed with remaster in mind, I think. Psychic got remastered, right? It got remastered. It got remastered. Thaumaturge not, right? But yeah, it's like we are lacking like if yeah they right the Magus did with the yeah, they don't have the bounded spellcasting anymore. They lost that. I read that. It's like they did a lot of like good shit with the remastered. And what did they switch to, or what did they change in Summoner for the most part? Because I know that they the meld into Eidolon got switched a little bit, so you have your so that you have like your enhanced Eidolon in like the melded form and stuff like that. I know that, but yeah. Again, I need to buy my copy and download it just to like read through it. Usually I buy the paperbound books, but the problem with those are just that they for some reason are either way too expensive when I want to order them, or they take like forever to ship, and then I'm like, okay, I can get the digital one for like half the price. But yeah. Regardless, for the time being, let's go back to this. So this experiment continued for thousands of years, but the dwarves started hoarding resources. Do we get the halflings involved into the dwarves right now? Ship with their the relationship with their reclusive cousins, the halflings, was always stressed we can make them Eziko Durga, yeah. Pretty much they are, right? They're like isolationist ground dwellers who have like tech that nobody else has, and they just like to murder everyone who gets in their territory. We just don't have the slavery, but well. When halflings and dwarves intermingled, they would become disorganized. Yes, we put that in between. And do this after this. So I was stressed when the halfling and the dwarf intermingled, they would become disorganized and agitated. I want to like go a little bit into like this where like ants are on a global war, right? And I want to get a little bit into that. Not like too much that they are like constantly at war, but they just get agitated because Yes, that is good. That's good shit. Good shit right there. We take this. But yeah, we can talk about impossible magics next week somewhere. The problem is, from Monday to Wednesday, I have to work late shifts. I am home at like 10. So when like everyone goes to bed, I will be like home. And I don't want to do morning streams. So yeah. The earliest day next week will be Thursday where I can stream. But we can talk about this on Sunday, because Sunday I will stream for probably most of the day. Because I can't move. Because my leg is hurt. And I want to like recuperate fully until I go to work. So I have time on Sunday. I'm going to launch your post this description instead of describing the dwarves as overgrown and both thinking. The relationship with the reclusive cousins was always stressed. When Armlings, many scientists would later claim that the primitive form of the thought weft and the dwarves' hive mind yeah, I think so, right? I think we just go like with them having like a very big brotherhood theme. Claim that the primitive form of the thought web and the hive mind were disruptive towards one another. Yeah, true. We could get the DNA scrambler because we have like this in our original notes. It's like so long ago. And they experience a genetic bottleneck that starts biting them from around the time the War of Unity. Good idea. Bottleneck, right? Shit, I need to write it a little bit differently. Bottleneck. Thank you for the admin for the nice hint. They're like probably like that goes very well with the brotherhood trope. For the beginnings, like prehistoric times, basically, this is like more than enough to like say, okay, this is how they started working, and now we go to like the orcs starting to rise up. At the start, they don't realize much about the orcs, right? Suggestion, yeah. Okay, prehistoric bottleneck. But how do we get out of this? Or they lost a large portion of the population. The more diverse faction remained deep underground. Okay, yeah. I'm thinking just now. 1 second. Okay, so over the centuries, dwarven DNA genetics, right? Were becoming too intermingled. Most of the population stemming from one another. Or being related, right? While this created a strong bond between dwarves, building, you could also introduce an outside force. The dragons, for example, would be able to mess with the young race of Earth to promote their traits. You might find useful. Yes, that would be also very, very important, actually. While this created a strong bond between the dwarves, building brotherhoods within societies. This forced the dwarves and create more than one queen. Because we need to go from like, we have like what, like the colonies, right? Or like the one colony to like, well, we need to go to like what would be dwarvish nations, right? Then we can keep the halflings. And then we go with to combat the ever tightening genetic bottleneck. A would-be ally of the dwarven populace. An ancient dragon. Because the dragons don't have many allies, and we need to incorporate the dragons because they learn how to make the automatons from dragon soul manipulation, right? So we need to basically introducing the dragons early as like someone they know is not a bad idea. An ancient dragon would be willing to infuse some of the dwarven eggs with powerful life magic to manipulate the genetic makeup of the offspring. I think the dwarves owing the dragon is like a very good idea, like that they promote them a little bit, right? Do we introduce magic now to the dwarves? Because at the moment we have just workers. We know that the queen is a little bit like psychically charged because she can like use psychic powers to manipulate the hive. But do we introduce magic to them at this point? Because the dragons are, we define the dragons as they're all the master of their like school, right? What magic they learn, they're like very powerful in this. Would the dwarves want to learn what they would consider life magic? That they just like got basically like scammed in the background, and their lives got like basically alterated. Doesn't matter to them. It's like, oh, they gave them new life. He switched up the life formula. I don't know up to this point. But I like adding the dragon. For this, the dragon would come and collect the dead at a later point. To be honest, with the thought wave being definitely magical, the dwarves should be reduced to pheromones and empathy for each other, in my opinion. Yeah. I think at some point they get, of course, the access to magic, because they're like studious little bastards, and they know through manipulation. At the latest point where they just like use the machines to infuse like aether into souls to make eggs, they get sorcerers. That's the latest point where they get sorcerers, right? Because oh boy. we somehow Palpatine returned, right? It's like Orcish Uprising. Idea for the genetic bottleneck, yes. Shoot it. Dwarves tried introducing a sorcerer's caste of dwarves, and only those colonies whose queens could suppress this caste survived. So you would like do the last line away and just say that the plan was to make dragon sorcerers out of the dwarves and try to like take them over. I like that idea. The side effect. Yeah, true. The side effect of this tampering with the eggs created byproduct of draconic sorcerers who themselves would try to take over the colonies. Those few who did caused the death of their colonies, with their queens dying, with the queen's death making the with the queen's death No, we have causing already in the sense making the dwarves in the colony go rampant and later extinct. Those queens who fended off the sorcerers saw this as merely a birth defect and would embrace the versatility the dragon gifted to the colony. I think these nuts. I think this is like basically the best thing where we have like the queens being like, oh dude, yeah, some of them are probably going extinct. They are scaly, they're mutants, right? They see them like as mutants who want to take over because they're special, but like they still have like some eggs that are not special, and they like brush it off, basically giving the dragon a freebie for the time being, because we need to get to the point where they ask the dragons, right? So we cannot make them Draco skeptic from day one. But this like makes the dwarves survival a little bit more perilous, which is fine to me. Okay, let's try to shift into the orcish uprising. So the dwarves and the orcs did not interact for a long time until expansion efforts of the orcs properly started. We have never had the dwarves as proper slaves of the orcs, right? Or did we? We had no. They were neutral in the Heritage War, right? And split off after the rebels had like enough goodie points for the dwarves to be like, okay, let's not supply the orcs anymore. Where we will be on the winner's side. Though they were doing a Swiss, right? Do we have the orcs still try it? Because with the Athamaru, the orcs did not try it, right? The Athamaru were like, oh, they're underwater, we're not reaching them. They know how to like fuck our shit up once we get onto the water. Do we do a similar thing with the dwarves? Because what I fear, there's like two negatives to it. There's like a negative. That is, I think, the best, because I'm afraid of giving the orcs another loss. Like, this is like, because at that point, it's like ridiculous. But the other thing is like, why would they like work with them, right? But then again, yeah, you're absolutely right. So first contact with the orcs only started after orcish mining efforts began. Tunnels and mines would meet, and thus the orcs saw an opportunity to that is not bad. I think we start with them and subjugate. I think we start with the orcs just taking the workers and the drones. First, the orcs would take workers and drones. To their camps and try to understand what was standing. Yeah, I think they are losing here. They're absolutely getting their shit rocked. I think the orcs lose here. And not the orcs, the dwarves lose here. And now the orcs have some dwarves, but they don't know what the fuck that is. Right? Because to them, they saw some elves. The elves, they're like, oh yeah, they're cat people. We have talked to them at least like once before. Right? But like the dwarves are new. So after they understand them, right? Okay. Interrogation revealed. The dwarves they captured were infertile. And to their captors, useless. They would, however, they would plan an assault on a colony. At a later point. Playing ASL. H6 location is so good. It's like no, I think they would like attack them. They would just like plan an attack for later, but for the time being, trying to negotiate. Well, do they try to negotiate a like ceasefire, quote unquote? Because what they do is just like they just like capture some workers that disappear. Oh, are we at the point where they are like trying to negotiate the trade deal right now with this colony? Because they have like hoarded a lot of stuff that they don't understand, and the orcs have like the knowledge from the upper like from the outside. because they have like actual like military stuff. I feel like this would be I think this is like fine. They try to trade, right? Workers are probably overlooked and they are digging in. Once the orcs breach the queen's sanctum, the dwarves panic as a species. Yeah, I want to do this like a little bit. I want to do this like a little bit as a like a subtler thing, as you said. That they're like doing like, oh no, we tunneled wrong and now we're in the queen's sanctum. But for that they would need to know where they are like where they need to go. Dwarven traders receive well, they would like receive resources they never had, right? Would trade minerals before work materials and knowledge, letting orcish traders with a good reputation even into their hives to and scholars with the good to understand the dwarves' way of living. I think they would just invite them over, basically. They're like, at the moment, they're like, oh yeah, okay, these trade allies, we can let them in. They seem okay. Right, and that is like very fatal. It's like 2 or 3 guys they let in, basically. Let's put the scholars out, right? Only the traders, just the trading buddies. It's like, yo, that is like, I don't know, Murak, the orc, and he's like our trade buddy, and he can take his goods. He can see like how cool we are, and like they don't understand that how they are like one as a society. The orcs are just all in it for like the potential slavery, so they are like, the traders become spies. This would prove fatal because the orcs would dig into the queen's sanctum, taking her hostage and enslaving those who were not killed by the orcish soldiers. Yeah, and they knew like the halflings, okay, they're like weird, we just go feral. The gnomes we have not included in this. We should think about them as well. I think they will meet the gnomes in the like some of them will now yeah, they are the third subterranean species. It was halflings, gnomes, and dwarves. I mean, they could meet the Anadi. a good idea. The ransacked colony would become a big mining operation for the orcs. The first sign of hostility towards the dwarves. Other queens would be mentally warned by the abducted one, and thus prevent orcish well, they would prevent orcish basically orcish attacks, surprise attacks in the future. The enslaved colony would the enslaved colony just like die under the orcish? No, they want to keep them as like basically a hostage, right? Would be kept hostage until the turning point or turning point of the Heritage War. The other colonies would look for other. Wouldn't the orcs completely mess up that colony's reproduction, turn it into an orc colony within a few years? Yeah, I think the problem is I'm thinking about the I'm thinking about how this genetically works. Because if we want to go with the early idea that they that the turning point was like because they like still were like dealing with the orcs was like the queen they had. I think they need to keep the colony at least like going to some degree, right? I'm just thinking about this because I think the colonies would look for other allies in the gloom. Piggy's gonna pick shrug, yeah. Would be degraded over time. No, I have an idea to make both true. When the queen could not reproduce a new heir due to orcish intermingling with very delicate dwarven with a very genetically delicate dwarven colony. So it's very hardly implied that they fucked the bugs, right? The pigs fucked the bugs, and the queen could not produce an heir now because there was no real like colonies. I think that is like when they got the go, right? It's like, okay, the other queen died, they have destroyed it, and now we are officially at war, right? The other colonies will look for other allies in the gloom. Considering the Anadi, who were original predators. Do we say that? No. Because then we need to add the Anadi earlier on. The colonies, allies considering the Anadi and the gnomes. The gnomes were taken by the orcs for the most part themselves. And the Anadi were seen as rival species for the same territories, making alliances impossible. During this time, the dwarves innovated on technology and optimized resource gathering underground while building distant but still working trading alliance with not only the orcs but also the elves. I think we need to like put the scene in there that they're like now starting to trade with everyone. And then this makes them like a little bit more like, oh yeah, they're like very, very they should like they are like very optimization heavy, right? They love to optimize shit because Queen says something, so it must be this, right? Now the dwarves were quickly becoming a strong neutral force with all the would-be factions of the heritage war, earning a reputation of good, efficient work and reliable product. Then they're like trading for the they're trading for the heritage in the heritage war, and now we get to this because I think this is a little bit more interesting. And this is heritage war itself is very, very difficult for the dwarves, I think, because the heritage war, what starts out as like, oh yeah, we have trading alliances, becomes like a game between like, oh, who do we want to win, right? They need to nudge it because they want to have their one queen back. They want to have that colony back, but they also do not want the orcs to win, right? From the start of the rebellions. Were the the dwarves were in a precarious situation since the start of the war. Rebellions. Since they were not only supplying the orcs, but also the insurgents. Their trade would be slightly favorable towards the rebels in the hopes for liberating the abducted colony, but it needed to look like the dwarves would assist the orcs fully so that their hostage would remain unharmed. Dwarven traders or Dwarven society enjoyed a time of where they're not in peace, right? But like they're like a time of protection from both sides, and would start working on their own projects, not projects, to subdue the oppressors someday. I think what they're doing is what the halflings already did. They're like now trying to focus on like weapons, just so they could like fight back against anyone, right? While their weaponry would not be as well, would not be as advanced as the halflings. They the dwarves would focus. Dwarves written small. Okay, lowercase. That's wrong. The dwarves focused on personal protection and armor. I think what the dwarves want to do is they want to get their soldiers and also like at some point their drones and stuff like that into like armor smithing and stuff like this, because it's just like extra defense, right? They want to get those juicy extra defense points, and I feel like this is like something they would go for. Because then we go this gave some of the colonies the idea to work on protective, autonomous well, no, to work on projects that would yeah, that's good. Protective servants that would assist and also defend the hives. This project would start with basic golemancy learned by those who had the talent of using the elves, so-called magic. And here we go with like the elves actually like for trade in the war, tutoring some dwarves. And we start with golemancy, right? We start with just like basically, yo, here's a mud golem. Do this thing. As the years progressed, the orcs were driven back more and more, making them an uninteresting ally in trade and war. On a fateful day, the abducted hive, the abducted queen died a horrible death, sending a signal to the other colonies, crying out for revenge. The single act. Well, this act, coupled with all the Um, give me 1 second. Let's do like this. Blob link heritage. First one, he has an arm missing. Well, let's keep the word favors, right? On the favors and money invested by the rebels caused the dwarves to turn on the orcs. In the following years, the orcs were defeated, and the death of their queen, the queen would be avenged by executing the entire the leading family of the dynasty. I think they would just go for execution. Oh yeah, the Orcish queen consort, yeah. By executing the Orcish queen. Queen consort. And now we have like basically the rest of the colonies that still have like some queens. Just like pre-Aetherflood, they're just like doing their thing, right? Because the halflings get involved. I think the dwarves do not get too much involved in like most things, because they're skeptical of what the halflings are doing all of a sudden. And with the timeline, I think what they do is they do so this stuff is happening, right? This is like all on the side. Gnomes become Colo, Heritage War ends, humans appear, and then what they are doing is, up to this point, they're doing like their magic golemancy and not trying to interact too much with the Aether. And then we get to this, right? We get to this, and to 10 years later this, where like 10 years later they have the first Aether constructs. And I think that's when they start to fuck around with the idea of creating life. Like fully. So okay, why is this not working? For the first, how many years is it? It's 300 to, well, 250 years. For the first 250 years. after the defeat of the orcs, the dwarves would do what they did best. Build, expand, trade, and focus on their golemancy project. Golems would become better and better, creating many subtypes of golems to the point of other Ezicoan societies trying to learn how to produce such feats. These golems were pretty similar between those species, but the dwarven ones, but the dwarves were able to control them with more ease. Yes. Build upon the same principles between those species, but the dwarves were controlled with ease. I think they will get like a little bit of like better understanding, like how to like mentally connect with this, just due to how they work biologically. The gnomes and goblins revealed the drafts of their joint Project Aether. The dwarves were interested but skeptical. Rumor had it that their cousins, the halflings, the now called halflings, were involved. Even though they were not at war, the dwarves never forgot about their past. What word do we use here? Never heard about the past. Actions? Do we take actions? They're just like pricks. let's take this. About their yeah, never got about their shared history. Good idea. The dwarves wanted to dabble in Aether technology as well. So they used informants and the like to gain access to some blueprints that they would like to backwards engineer for their personal use. They would use the Aether from the they would harvest Aether from the gloom that was under dwarven control, and that the gnomes were well, I think what the gnomes are doing, they like for years now, because they're like working. So the gnomes and the goblins, they start around 100 years before the Aetherflood, right? And Project Aether happens 50 years after this. So I think that the gnomes were like actively and that the gnomes were actively trying to harvest themselves by offering trade goods. I think what they would love to do would be like getting the rights to harvest the Aether for their shit, right? Before everyone knows what they're like absolutely doing right now. And I think that is what the dwarves said. Nah, you're planning something. We don't know what, but I think the dwarves, at least in their like own territories, become like not as skeptical and not as aggressive, but they become like a little bit like sussy when someone is in their area. They have like this like a little bit similar towards like with the halflings, but not to such an extreme as the halflings have. The dwarves forbade this under the assumption that the declined this. Declined. Something that the gnome under the right assumption. We're planning something in secret. Yes. So you would say gloom is below, glade is above, and glory is the sky? I actually like this very much. You need to like think about one singular thing though. When we take the names, right? Where did we do this? We said that in open questions, right? And then we can go back to dwarves here because I opened the new tab. I am thinking about if you imagine the role-playing scene, right? You're sitting at the table and I'm sitting in front of you and talk about, say, I'm just making something up. Here's like the sky pirate. We're not doing pirates next. I try not to do like too much pirates next campaign with you. But like if you fly somewhere, right, you have like the sky pirate and he goes by the name the King of the Glory. Or the King of Glory. That sounds very cool. And then we go like... and then we go with like the German name, right? And then we say König der Glory oder König des Glorreichen oder like something like that, right? Or König der Glorie. It's like... or like a glory captain, right? Like someone who's like a airship captain. Like you would need that word to like describe some stuff at some point, right? And I have like a fear. I have like a very big fear with the. It's not the glade and the gloom. I feel like cradle and canopy. Okay, that's fine. We can get rid of these. The only biggest thing is the word glory itself, because the glory is super cool. The name is super good. All three names are good. I think I will also go with like Glade. I think Glade is very good, the Glade. We are like Cradle here, right? I am going with Glory, so we have like our three things, right? The problem is like, you know that when someone opens up a dimensional rift in the sky that is like round, right? You could say a hole, that it is a Glorio, right? That's what that's the only thing I'm scared of, is like this. That's the only thing I am scared of, is like this, right? That it's associated with this. But we cannot. I'm always like, when I like also like write for sessions, I'm like sitting there and I'm like, dude, sometimes you need to let the memes pass, and it's like, okay, it is what it is, because you cannot say, okay, there's like something sex related, and then you cannot say, okay, you cannot say, for example, I don't know, if you say, for example, he shoots you in the back, haha, back shots, ha 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 ha, new funny sex word. Like some things, okay, are really extreme, but like if you go like with too much on the nose, but like you cannot kill like half the dictionary, because it could be associated with like something, right? Like I keep my thesis or something for now. It's like I think Glory, Glade, and Gloom with like the GLs is very, very good. I like that. I think I like that more with like the one being like the sore thumb. Because at the moment it's like the best option we have, and I love the name Glade for the thing. But once we have done all of them, like we should definitely quickly do like a read through and just like edit the names of the surface and stuff to be like more in line with the actual words. I'm also not sure if we go with like when I play this, at least when I DM this, because I have a long test run with this. If I go with like Dinglish, where I'm like, okay, it's German like talking, and then the word is the gloom, right? It sounds weird saying it like in Dinglish, but then because it sounds so gamey, right? You know what I mean? Because like when you play games and you have like an English client, you're talking German and then like English word comes out. But like talking about this from like a perspective of like the DM, if I say like something like just saying like a scenario, right? You're standing on the surface, and then I narrated like this. Im Moment steht ihr vor dem Eingang, vor diesem riesigen Eingang zum Gloom. Right? It's like the gloom stands out, not because it's like narratively, but I don't know. I think I find it the Germanization of this would be worse, I feel like. Right? Because if I say what is the best word? If I say I mean it fits if you say you go into the Düsternis. Yeah, me too. But like the Düsternis is, I think, not bad. But I think I don't mind thinking up German names if you would prefer that. No, I think I'm just happy with the English ones. I'm thinking about that right now. Because I think Gloomglade and Glory is better than like Düsternis, Lichtung und Gloria. I think that is like, it's like so long. Those are like so long names, and I want to keep them short and snappy. And I don't want to go the World of Warcraft route and like making Stranglethorn the Schlingendorntal, or Crossroads, which is a city, being like das Wegekreuz. I mean, I have to say, right? Andreas in general, I feel like is, I don't hate the name. The thing is with like Andreas in English would be Andreas, which is like sounds so much better. Like for like a fantasy setting, I like saying Andreas sounds like already like fantasy like, right? I can see like a paladin called Andreas. But if you like go with the real English thing, right, and say it's Andrew, it's like, oh my fucking god, dude, I hate the name Andrew. Andrew's such a prick name, dude. And I think Andrew Blade Weaver sounds like even more like a fucking 12-year-old, dude. Or 14-year-old virgin, dude. My name is Andrew Blade Weaver. Heinhort and Himmel. I put this into consideration. Bro, Frieren, go to my setting. You will find Himmel very easily. So anyway, let's go back to the dwarves. But yeah, I like Gloomglade and Glory. Anyways, let's go back. So what do? They get the blueprints. Dwarven Golemancers would use the blueprints and refine their golems into being powered through Aether rather than the builder's magic. This would make golems easier to produce, since even non-magical dwarves could build one if they had the Aether. The dwarves were not satisfied. So, when do we get the automatons in? Do we get them pre or post Aetherflood? Very important. We said pre, right? Because they don't build them after the Aetherflood for like the most part. Yeah, I think so. Bro, the text already, dude. Holy shit. We're working fine. The dwarves were not satisfied. They wanted true autonomy in their servants. And put their minds into collectively gathering information. Collectively gathering information on beings that would fit this description to imitate, right, like this. I think they want to just imitate the other species. They're like, okay, who can we like collectively? Who could we copy? And then like, if we do this, like create life this way. And now we go to Legends. Legends said that the dragons used rituals to imbue their souls into vessels. Through magic, through soul manipulation. Though the dwarves did not understand how it was done and would not encourage them to ask an old ally of the species. They would turn to the dragon that has given them their or that has saved them from their genetic disaster. To ask for his help once again. What would the dragon do? What would the dragon do to show them soul manipulation? Thank you. Way better line. I just imagine you like sitting there aggressively in front of the computer and like, bro, just write better. Because the dragon up to this point still has a freebie. And I have an idea for this. I think the dragon collects 3 favors to do something. The first favor is from saving the dwarves genetically. The second favor would be giving them the soul manipulation, and the third favor would be telling the dwarves that they would need to study flying Strix Island, flying Itari Island to understand how they make the islands float. I think that is that's the 3 favors, and it will be at some point collect. The dragon demonstrated. Wait, what? By excising every trace of orcish blood from the lost tribe. Why? Why Lost Tribe? What is wrong with Lost Tribe? I'm confused right now. Lost Tribe. Oh God, yes. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, let's write like this. Dragon demonstrated its mastery of body and soul by excising every trace of orcish from those who had been enslaved or born under orcish rule and survived. It would teach techniques to those who were capable of imbuing energy, life energy, out of Aether to create an artificial soul that could be imprinted onto an item. I think like the dragon would just like show and just say, okay, you can like take Aether, make like something resembling a soul and put it in there. And if you do it often enough, it actually becomes a living object, right? Dwarves would train in this art. In exchange, the dragon would remind the dwarves of their past favor and add a second one to it. The dwarves would train in this art for the decades before the Aetherflood, creating their first waves of automatons. The artificial souls were volatile and prone to destruction if not coupled with new Aether Soul. Did we call them Aether Soul? What did we call them? I know that we had a name for this. Species prone to degeneration is better. Degeneration. Did we call it Aether Core? I think we called it Aether Core, right? Aether Core. With new Aether Cores to produce more power by fusing the two halves. By splitting them in half and fusing each half with another half of another core. This created new personalities and identities to the automatons. Invoking a feeling of birth and death. Dwarven cities would grow considerably in size thanks to this process, making them some of the safest places on Aziko. I think this is like a little bit like, is it though? Because now the dwarves get fucked, dude. Right? Because what happens next is kind of funny. Aetherflood. What happens is, like many dwellers of the gloom, the dwarves were the first to feel the after effects of the hand being fired. Most of their underground colonies were rapidly flooded, with only those surviving that were not working deep high within the colonies. How's it going? In a terrible twist of fate, oh, dude, we are suffering all under the heat, I feel like. I'm building a Pathfinder 2nd edition setting for my campaign that starts next year, in the middle of next year. Because one of my campaigns that I'm DMing is nearing its last third. Well, it is in its last third. And I want to, because Pathfinder 2nd edition has like a lot of stuff that is standard fantasy, I want to build a little bit of a different setting to go with the new campaign. and try it out, make it my own, you know, just like to play it a little bit, because I want to like try out a setting that is not per se just fantasy with like a little Renaissance mixed in it, but I wanted to play an Aetherpunk setting where like magic and machines work together, and that's what we are building. Basically, like a giant setting where this is like the case, and where a cataclysmic event has happened, and people are forced onto flying islands for like a few hundred years, and now over time, this like event gets undone. And now people have settled in the skies, so they have to live like in their cities in the skies, travel from one city to another, while also rediscovering what was once lost. Because there's like some species on this planet that want to like undo what happened, and so like now all old cities get uncovered and stuff like this. So people also settle on the planet's surface again, and yeah, we're like writing at the moment the ancestries of like the included ancestries in the setting, and we're like which I call species because I have also the dragons and the giants under here, but those are NPCs, so like as a catch-all term I just said species. What they did like historically during everything, and everything with a green check mark at the moment is like finalized, at least like from like in terms of like I did a timeline from like prehistoric to nowadays, to like where they existed. Some are a bit longer, some are a bit shorter, but yeah, like we have like done a lot of like ancestries for this, over 20 we are like rewriting. And everything with the green check mark is basically done. Everything with the yellow check mark is needs a little bit of rework, and everything with a red X, which we are right now working on the dwarves, need like an entire like written text or like entire written stuff. Because before this stream, we had these words for the dwarves, and the dwarves are different in this setting. They are termites. We have reflavored them completely. They're like insectoids. It's like the hairy men, because I wanted to be like humans are rare in the settings because they're extraplanar, and I don't want to like them going to another planet and there's like 20 human-like things. I wanted a little bit like I feel like other settings which you don't talk much about because they're like not that big of like a setting, where you have like more humanoid animals and stuff like that, like different ones. But like I feel like in fantasy we suffer from like same face syndrome, right? Everyone is like humans, just like a little bit of like modifications. I want to like not do this in the setting where like humans look like really out of place. But yeah, the dwarves are just like getting through the cataclysmic event called the Aetherflood. That's where we are riding. So what happens is their like cities get flooded. And in a terrible twist of fate, the cities deemed safest were those who were hit hardest. All reigning queens were swallowed up by the flood. With their sanctuaries being the most central point of the colony. I think that would be like reasonable if you like put like basically magic essence in form of like a giant liquid into like an ant colony or a termite colony. The queen would get like shanked. They die. I have my own project at the moment. I build nations based on character classes. It came from the question, how would a nation look around 20% of these people were druids or warlocks? How would they organize? Why is that the case? This reminds me a little bit of like a little bit of Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? If you have like basically like most of the people in that nation, or like a majority of the people who are like magically gifted, are that one type, right? How would they like change stuff, right? New movie I found it very okay. The animated one? Or League of Legends? Yeah, true. League of Legends is a bit more fitting, yeah. League of Legends would be more fitting. Because you have like the Noxian and stuff like that, yeah. So I could see that to be a fun setting. Because I feel like that would be also very interesting. I usually have like I usually have it like with like the races basically like being a little bit more focused towards the other. For example, in this setting, like we have like the gnolls or the Kolo are basically mostly druids, right? Or were mostly druids. While the elves are many of the elves are sorcerers. Humans just are like don't come from this planet, so they don't have sorcerers, right? The really distinct cultures, which give later bonus skills and talents. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. If you can like reward them with stuff. Nah, my humans just don't exist. My humans are survivors from an apocalyptic event. They're humans are very different. By the way, if you cannot see the other chatter, he's on YouTube right now. And also the other way around. We have a Twitch and a YouTube channel. So, our reigning queens were swallowed up by the flood, and sanctuaries being the most central one of the blah, blah, blah. The mass deaths. All the queens sent impulses of despair through the dwarven civilization. Oh, that's kind of cool. So dwarves are just like flat out better climbers. Cool. Monks. Monks are better climbers, sorry. Okay. And what would you give like someone like a fighter, for example? I'm just interested. Like what would your typical warrior character get? Urging them to flee to the surface. This singular action saved the dwarves from certain extinction, retrieving flee to the surface and saving as many eggs as possible. Oh, that's cool. The singular action saved the dwarves from certain extinction, retrieving many eggs, some of which would be inhabited by fertile offspring. So now everyone, all the dwarves after the Aetherflood, so the gnomes and the goblins and the halflings, they nuke. But I must say, I haven't. Dude, everything's cool. It's like when you build when you build, right? It's like sometimes if it's not relevant, especially. For example, you have like your players, and you have like a druid, a fighter, a warlock, and say a rogue, right? Then like of course you don't need to like go super deep into like the other ones for the time being, right? That gets more relevant when someone plays that. It's good to have the notes, but of course you don't need to like be like, oh, we need to have like all this crazy shit already planned, right? So the dwarves get, well, the goblins, halflings, and gnomes, they nuke the changeling, basically the god of mutation in the Earth's core, in Eziko's core, Eziko being the planet we are on. In Eziko's core, Aetherflood happens. Aether goes from like the center of Eziko towards the outside of Eziko, so it floods out, and due to them nuking it, so dwarves run away, take eggs. Some eggs are fertile. Now they go to the surface. After reaching the surface, the dwarves were disoriented and felt like something big was lost. So they lose that entire hive mind, right? So up to this point, the queens were like just hive minding everyone a little bit. They were like controlling the workers and stuff like that. And now they have lost this. They like have like gained true singular sentience at this point. Hard for the dwarves to even form a safe haven without making mistakes or improperly planning what was needed the most. So I see them like bumbling around for the most time at the start, right? They need to like get a grip on their now independent life. So most of them not being like really fertile. That is like the most important part, because most of the females are all workers and drones. They're just like chilling. They're just like not made to repopulate, and the queen's being gone, right? Now with the queens being gone and them sitting in the village, let me think a little bit. They have like their safe havens now. They don't have like an overworld connection. They are not like, oh yeah, the dwarves from another from another mother. They're doing something else. Oh god, I go to WhatsApp. One second. Rule of threes. Sorry. What do you mean with rule of threes? I need just to text my brother. He was like, he wanted something from me. Yeah, I think they're now. I think they will find out about the. They will find about the out about the. They will find about. They will find out about the flying islands by themselves. Now it is time for the dragon to really take them over. Over the coals. Yeah. Because the problem is with the fertility, they had queens before. And the queens were like the brood mothers, like usual queens go, right? That's how they worked. And I think what we need to do now. I don't have a problem with the childcare problem. We get to that later. Actually, that is like actually a problem they have. Because only a small percentile of dwarves would be fertile to sire offspring. The dwarves would turn to their draconic ally for a third time. I have an idea how we get the dragon into the Itari and them like getting downed. We'll turn to build upon that. Maybe they work like a real life bees or naked mole rats, and once the queens are gone, everybody gets fertile all at once. That would be actually like building on the thing with which Hoylepa said. That they maybe have a child care problem. We could do this, right? But then we would need to get rid of the because then the dragon would at the moment not yeah, let's do this. Because of the yeah, because of the death of all queens, all dwarves became fertile all of a sudden. Yeah, I think so. I think so that they all become they at the moment they become all fertile, and then a new queen should be born. But we make this as the point where a new queen is not born. I think that's what the dragon does. I think the dragon the dragon will take the one queen they get and keep it. Because the dragon has 2 freebies right now. Because of the death of all queens, all of the sun. This caused boom across the entire populace without any network to support the children, nor the knowledge of how to raise children properly. And then now we have like mixed the two things together that you have proposed. And now we need to do something to build on this, because now they have like this population boom. They do not know how to raise children, and they are just like eating themselves up, quote unquote, right? The population, the rise in population would result in an absolute catastrophe, causing a lack of food and water, space, and food, water, space, and would cause mass deaths. Yeah. Space, and it would cause mass deaths to the children who were born into this situation. We're coming out of a like a series of world-shaking events and like the entire way of living. And now I have an idea for the dragon. So at this point, the dragon, their trusted ally, showed up and offered another helping hand to the dwarves. He would take the surplus eggs of the dwarves and keep them as and raise them as his own, while stabilizing keep the raise them as his own. This would be the first favor he wishes of the he wanted from the dwarves. And the dwarves were willing to comply. the second favor was I think so we don't get a new queen because at the, in modern times the dwarves have a problem with not having queens, right? So what I think happens is that the hive produces a new queen, and he knows which egg it is, and he chooses the queen's egg, removing the one queen that exists out of all dwarven society. I think he just keeps that one queen, and she's not able to connect to like any of the dwarves, creating this like subnet that we later have of this like weak hyper focus that the entire species has, right? Where like all dwarves say, yo, we're doing our workload, right? And creating like this like high infertility again, this like weird thing where like barely any women are born. Like female birth rates go lower because he takes all the females off the hives and just keeps them for themselves as like a bargaining chip for some time later. I think the dragon would like use this to like actually like basically do a Krogan if you know Mass Effect. Like he would definitely like do the equivalent of a genophage on the dwarves, because as of right now they're just producing kids. So the second favor was the taking of an egg of his choice, of their choice. He would pick an egg among the many old ones and take it as well. The dragon promised that he would not see the dwarves die out, but that they would need to stifle their reproduction for the next years, next 2 years, to not drive themselves to extinction. Their current issues would soon be resolved. I think he would promise them, like, because he knows he has the females, he knows he has like the new eggs, he has the queen to make his own dwarven hive in secret, and he would like definitely just make it so that the dwarves themselves they just don't need to like overpopulate again, and if they don't do, everything will figure itself out. Is basically what he says. Just don't fuck too much, don't lay like 10 eggs, please, and everything will work itself out. And then the dwarf unity happens. And now instead of a genetic bottleneck, we have like a population bottleneck, right? The dwarves found their ways to their allies. No, we do this soon after the dwarves would start reconnecting with their allies of the glade, forming small societies to weather the flood. And then the War of Unity happens, and everyone gets fucked because we don't have enough fuckage around here. The War of Unity. So now, when the dwarves were just rebuilding what was destroyed, a new foe approached. This foe was I think so. I think they're like still spec for full defense, right? They're still like, okay, we are armors, we are golems, we are doing this stuff, right? I think much of the work post-flood is the automatons, right? I think I should need to like add this somewhere, especially maybe here. Flood. Which was mainly possible through the assistance of the automatons. When the dwarves were just rebuilding what was destroyed, a new foe approached. The so-called Flesh Warp, mutated beings from the gloom, tried to conquer the glade and convert, right? And convert all survivors of the Aetherflood to their side. With many uncautious dwarves, this was the case, but it seemed that their automatons were immune to the flesh warps manipulations, but no. I think they just don't get like possessed or like mutated, right? It just makes sense. But what the dwarves also feel like is the automatons were not aether-proof and would not be usable to drive the flesh warps back to their Fortifications. This inherently made the dwarves play defense and reinforce outposts and well, cities, right? While trying to desperately understand well, are they recovered? Are they well, they are recovered, right? We're trying to understand some of or not some, understand the halfling blueprints at hand. To get an advantage against this new foe. Without the halflings remaining, the halflings and kobolds, goblins, sorry, goblins. I don't know how I come to kobolds and gnomes. Yeah, I think that is like that as well, right? Another halfling goblins and gnomes existing. All eyes were on the dwarves to pick up the pace. And they were given the technology of the rightfully lost with a stern warning not to repeat their mistakes again by the leaders of the Unity. Okay. And then we have, after this, we have, they're just like, everyone is looking at them and basically wanting them to like do something. Yo, see you around. Thank you for stopping by, and good luck with your setting, dude. Thank you for watching. So what happens is, now that the halflings, the gnomes and the goblins are gone, it's like only the dwarves, right? They're like the technology guys. And what do they do, right? Is the next question. Because now they need to like see, okay, what can we possibly recreate from the stuff that we have to drive these flesh warps back. Yeah, everything's cool. Maybe we see each other soon again, dude. Have a good one, and I hope you come through this heat, dude. The heat is so unbearable in some parts of like everywhere, basically everywhere. Now getting back to the setting, so they were like everyone was basically like now they rebuild, right? And at this moment, the dragon comes through. During this crucial time of the War of Unity, the dwarves started to work together similarly to the times before the flood. Not as fast and directed, but it was like they had found some common understanding in achieving their goal. At this time, dwarven birthdays, I wanted to write, plummeted, which was firstly assumed by their shared, by their focused work and not having time to reproduce. But would later turn out to be as well, mass sterilization question mark. They all just become randomly sterile again, and just like a few random females are just fertile, right? With only a few fertile dwarves existing again. Birth rates. Yeah, we had. Why? Yeah, I think so as well. But I think at some point, like, I just wanted to hint at, like, okay, the dragon has, like, hatched a queen. It exists somewhere, nobody knows where, which just gives, like, them the mass focus on something. Like, the basis for this. Just gives it, like, enough interconnectivity to be like, yo, you know what is the hot trend? Architecture. And I want to have, like, that basically female birth rates just randomly lower to the point where, like, nobody's fertile again. But maybe we just keep that and we delete this. Instead of populating potential dwarven outposts. Their shared work ethics would fortify the unities. Unities. Position and become crucial in taking down the forces of the fleshling, of the changeling in one decisive siege, driving the flesh warp back into the depths of the gloom. Then the War of Unity is over, and I feel like now we go into what I meant with reverse Gerudo. And this is where the Dark Age happens, and the one more time, the drive to rebuild society as a whole would not be lost. Is reduced. Dwarven birth rates significantly, and the vast majority of births would be male. Stacking well, it would just like stacking problems on top of each other, right? Stacking this. Demographic problem on top of the well, basically on top of the existing low birth rates. And their striving, right? Not striving. Strive to strive, okay. To the noun is strive with F. Okay, thank you. And the strive to learn. In the struggle will be neutral on, yeah, struggle. In their struggle. And their struggles is better of combating the low birth rates with their interest in technology, a new project based on the automaton blueprints was started. And now we get to so this is like all gone because this does not matter anymore. This is gone. No! Oh my god! 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 That would have been very, very bad, and I would have screamed very loudly if that would have happened. We're not touching this. We're doing this later. So we have like these Gattaca machines, right? Do we rename them? Do we call them? Do we take that name? That is your call. Are you or is someone in your Saturday session? I mean, I'm a bit into older sci-fi, yeah. I'm thinking if we can take this name, is this name copyrighted? Probably right. I'm Googling on the site. It's from 1970s. No, it would not be. It would be still copyrighted. Let me do the following. I will just grab something to drink, be quickly on the loo, and then I will be back. I didn't want to stream for so long, but now I'm invested in the dwarves. Okay, so we need a name for the machine. The Soul Fusionator. Ooh. I like that. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating. We're getting into that. So, we have the Regina engines, right? So what they do is, you create, you take an artificial egg. Sure. Fabricator is also good. So an artificial egg is created. Both parents, no matter what gender they have, right? Can give that genetic material, and through Aether manipulation, this like egg is infused with like life essence and a soul, creating an offspring. Material into the egg through an automated process that would fuse pure Aether. The egg would become infused with an artificial soul, creating a fully formed, creating a new dwarf. Similar to a normal birth. Just so nobody understands that. Oh yeah, they just pop out fully. I'm really done eating. So now, they have like the egg generators, right? Now what do they do, the dwarves? For most of the darkened age, the dwarves would commit to science and engineering for the rest of the darkened age, letting the hatchlings be raised by the automatons. And getting reintegrated to the dwarven subcultures of the new cities, of the cities occupied by the Unity. And then with that, so dwarves just do dwarf things, right? When the dwarves do this and reproduce and engineer, right? One of the most important task the dwarves would receive was the mobilization of the cities. Over the next decades, the cities would be carved out to some extent. Oh, dude. I had to close my window. Someone is smoking so much weed, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I'm back. Oh, Jesus Christ, closing my windows. My neighbor is like smoking so much weed. I was like, dude, why does it smell like weed? And I'm like, oh my god. Over the next decades, I don't know why I wrote decased. This will be carved out to some extent, and the dwarves should understand how Aziko's existing flying islands worked. Now we get to the Itari, right? This is why they hate each other. Species. Where's Falco Lombardi? Itari. Here we have them. During the Aetherflood, Dark Knight, sticks were rather active, trying to deny so-called Okati. After hundreds of years, there was a generation shift. This caused the island to be grounded, which gives the dwarves the hidden secrets of the Strix forebearers, and thus they backwards engineered then the Aetherflood to become the Metropolis project. And this is where we are right now. The dwarves felt increasingly urged to explore the glory, just like they felt the... yes, that is good. How do we do this the best? So the next point would be then this urge became more apparent when the dwarves were left to their devices on the surface. Seeing something, no. Something that was never... Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is very hard, like, implied. I think this is, like, more implied. And then over the next decades, blah, 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 flying... as if fate was on their side. One of the islands plummeted into the glade, giving the dwarves glade as a result of the ongoing conflicts in the glory. Giving dwarves the much needed dissection of an island. This opened the dwarves' mind towards the old technologies of civilizations past of civilizations past, and how one would engineer floating cores that allowed for flight that allowed for lifting heavy objects and even land masses if the conditions were met. They officially started working on these Aether-powered floating devices and understood that they would need to build machinery that could gather Aether out of the air to keep these devices powered. Basically, like they want to like get energy sources, right? And now we're getting to like, oh, they're building like the refined Aether cells that nobody else did, right? During their work on this project, the dwarves would refine everything that was built by the gnomes and goblins and implement it into basically implemented into the modernized floating devices. These would be installed all over the this the first 3 cities, those being Haven, Garden, and Remedy. Yep. Sorry. I mean, they are, right? In theory, yes. I have an idea. I think this is fine enough, right? I think we should give them, like, it should be based on Aether Tech, because it only makes sense with how we said, like, the poles of, like, Aether existing. I think how they power it is different, but I would, like, say it's, like, still tech behind it a little bit. I think how they get their energy is, like, just different. And this gives them, like, their, like, their like, pole, their north or south pole, and thus they float. Because I think we established with the Nagashi that making an island float through like through sheer, like, willpower or, like, sheer, like, magical understanding is a very bad idea. I think nobody would repeat that, especially not the Nagashi. Cities would carry over their project name as a designation, as the designation of Metropolis. Other cities would follow when time would show that this project was a full success. Only one species would take a disliking to the uplifting of cities. The Strix. They would swear an eternal hatred towards the dwarves, creating an everlasting one-sided feud. I think the dwarves don't give a fuck, right? They're like, yeah, okay, come on, stop babbling. And now we go to modern times. In modern times, the dwarves are still working in the fields of architecture and technology. While birth rates have gotten better, thanks to the Regina Fabricator, they have very low numbers of female dwarves, which are highly sought by those with power and money. I think like the rich dwarves are like, dude, I want to have sex. Sex is like the one rich dwarf is like, yo, I just want to fuck a female dwarf. It just would make sense that they like they would like have sex. Then the dwarves would be like, wow, this is like very, very suboptimal to do. And then like oh god. Many dwarves stick to their families and brotherhoods to keep on working as a unit, and would also become airfaring engineers to spread technological advancement to the metropolises. Some are still trying to copy the dwarven automatons. And while the technology to rebuild them is gone, they have somewhat lost. The dwarves have somewhat lost interest in redoing this project from scratch. Now we are the last. Since the day the eggs were taken by them, the dragon was not seen again. Though some dwarves believe that they are close by. Well, no, some dwarves believe that the dragon and them would meet again. Keep it ominous, right? Do we go further into this, into modern times? Do we need more? We know what they do, we know who they are, we know how they behave societally, that they usually stick together, and otherwise they just fan out. And yeah, I think this is this the longest one? Yeah, I think so as well. I think there's like enough purpose for the player to like create themselves a little bit. They can play like I can see like them playing like one of the few coveted like female dwarves. I could see them like as someone who brands out for themselves. I can see them actually like being someone who's like, oh, I want to find out what the dragon did. There's like so many like hooks for a dwarf. If we put this into text, I think this is the longest. This is like crazy. Can I see somewhere how long this is? No. I could if I wanted to, but I'm not. Okay. Dwarves get the seal of approval. Plonk. So we're not overdoing this. I'm heading to bed now. I need to sleep. I'm getting so tired. On Sunday. Because Sunday I can fairly early get up and can go fairly late to bed. Thank you. Thank you. On Sunday we will do a lot of writing. I think we will do a bit of gaming and a bit of writing, but we are doing it like I said last time. Writing first. Like from the morning, I start in the morning writing, and then we're doing the automatons, so we have them. And then we go into, because the automatons are just like an extension of the dwarves. And then we just like do the Vanara, Sprites, Goloma, Circe, and see how much we can finish about them. And once we're done with them, I play some Pokemon. I think that is like fair. Anyway, I head off. I wish you a good night. See you around, and thank you for sticking by. and helping so much again. It's like, it's incredible, dude. If this makes it to like a PDF of a book, I will put you as like a co-author. This is like insane, dude. It's like insane how much you contributed. But yeah, see you around. See you Sunday.